Oh man, almost there. Give us a second. See the little dot up there in the corner? I'm trying to figure out which thing I put there. Hope you're enjoying the music at least. And hello, exist. Exist. It has to be pronounced that way. The disembodied voice speaks to you. Actually, let's just go ahead and do the intro and I'll take care of this little dot in a second. Hello, and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. Today is Monday. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I am keeping myself busy with the application, testing everything out that we got working on Friday at the end of the day. Why is that input type We'll get there. There's this really weird thing that showed up that I have no idea when it showed up there. Oh, I don't want to do that yet. We'll go to the screen. We're going to do it all. So here's the thing that I just looked over and saw. I haven't pulled latest from what I was working on this morning, but there's this input type div and I have no idea where that came from. Hello, Scott, and hello. Oh, what did you tell me to call you? Hold on, I have it written down. Notes. Kiwi. Hello, Kiwi. I'm gonna have trouble remembering that. It'll take me a bit, but I'll remember eventually. So yeah, I don't know where this came from. Before I update it though, I want to pull latest. Then we'll work on this dot that's up here. Input type div. Okay, I got the latest, and yes, that is in latest as well. Let me see if there's anywhere else that's input type div. Doesn't look like it. Okay, what is this one? Field transformation configuration doesn't exist. That's a lie. Okay, so my next item up for bid is this dot up here. So if I were to go to the archery bot scene, interact with the archery bot, because I'm sure this is where I put whatever this thing is. It is. And if I turned on properties, went to the styling, and just for now, I went to dot human widget and said display none. It should go away. Cool. Okay, we'll bring it back eventually, but that's something that I want on my screen somewhere so that we can just watch it for the fun of it. Desktop. Oh, actually, all I have to do is turn off studio mode. Okay, well, hello. Welcome in, everyone. Today's another fantastic day to be a developer. I hope you are all just enjoying your life, enjoying yourselves, had a great weekend, are rejuvenated. Maybe you're at the end of your workday. Maybe you're in the middle of your workday. Maybe you're in the beginning of your workday. Maybe you don't work. Maybe you are fortunate enough to not have to work, or if you are wanting to work but you haven't been able to, that changes for you very, very soon. Okay. I need to figure out why this is missing. First, we're just going to close and reopen Visual Studio just to see if it's a Roslyn compiler thing. Can't tell if the music is playing through my ears. Turn it down so I can turn my headphones up. This song is ending again. This is what I want to test my to make sure I can hear stuff coming through the stream. And I do it right at the end of a song. All right, I'm turning music up. Yes, I can hear the music. Okay, so it's telling me that we're still missing this field transformation configuration component, which is not right because everything has been rendering correctly. So this is in field mapping components, field transformations. Oh, interesting. Where did that come from? What? Field mapping components. Oh, it is dot components. Okay, my bad. The dot components comes from the project name. This is one of those things that TBD TBD has mentioned before about the way that we name our projects, and he has a pretty decent naming convention that is understandable and easy to follow. And the one that I use does a lot of repeating of names and namespaces, and I can definitely understand where that can just get annoying and difficult to read at times, but this is one of those examples. But this one really does make sense to me to do it this way. That's why I'm sticking with it. But as for why it's not finding this component, that's a mystery. That's a mystery. It's right here. Do you see it now that I opened it? Is there an error in the code behind? No. Do you compile? Compile. Yo. And if you compile, can I run you and can we see all of the UI that we're expecting to see? Oh. You need to set the right project as your startup project, though. Set as a startup. That's really annoying. And what's up with my spacing and stuff? Oh, crikey. All right, here are my samples. You'll see me moving around a lot today, so I apologize if that's really distracting or annoying. If it is, please let me know and I'll just turn off my camera. But my hip flexors are feeling weird. They're not like in pain. They're just weird right now. And it's causing my back to start trying to seize up. So I'm just trying to keep moving, keep the muscle warm. Okay, so here's a file. We import it, it shows us the data, push this, there's our field mapper. And so the one that is allegedly not found is our editor. So when we go into this is the component that's missing. It looks fine to me. Of course, conditional is not ready yet. It shouldn't even be showing in the list, dagnabbit. But whatever, it works. So everything is as it should be. I don't know why Visual Studio is not picking up the component and why it did all of this weird tab misalignment stuff. Are all of our namespaces okay? We got Armit's file import utility, components, field mapping components is where the base is. It is an abstract partial class. Yeah, there's nothing causing this to be unresolved. What if I got rid of this, saved, stop the app. Are you gonna let me control .now? Build failed, and then using Armit's file import utility components, field mapping components, field transformation components. Still no. Just resolve it. I don't want to spend time on that. Let's move on. So the thing that we most recently did on Friday was that we made it so that if we wanted to, we could substitute out, oh, we have to rerun the app. We could substitute out the component that we're using for that field mapper editor. So right now it is specifically using a flyout for the field mapper editor. We have a dialog implementation. Those are called field mapper wrappers, and they are defined here. So here's our dialog and here is our flyout. They both are essentially just different ways of displaying the field mapper editor content. So what we ended up doing is we made a base class for this field mapper editor content so that the developer using this library could create their own field mapper editor, have it inherit field mapper editor base, and they could just use all of the built-in rendering. So this entire render property will render the whole thing. But I'm also setting it up to where they can override the individual item content rendering. So each individual item here, so one row is one item, they can determine how this is displayed. They can also change the header row as well. I forgot about that. So they can modify the header content, modify the item content, and right now that's all that that can be customized. So we showed an example of that by creating our own field mapper editor, which currently just prints out the text I'm overridden. And the way that I set it up so that the developer can override which field mapper editor to use, because otherwise it just falls back to the one that we created within the library, is by using these configure UI options in program.cs. When they're setting up the application, when they're injecting the services, they are configuring it so that the field mapper editor component is going to be my field mapper editor. And we need to do this in both the client and the regular one, which I'm still going to call server. And the reason is because when the application runs as server render mode, it's set to auto. So first run will be server render mode unless and until the .NET runtime is downloaded and it can run in WASM. So it still needs to be able to configure the services if it's running in server only. But if it runs in WASM, it's going to go through the client program.cs to set up all of the UI client side stuff. So that's why we needed it. Needed it in both. Okay, and then this sets precedent for the remainder of the components. We can make it highly customizable, which is what I want. Allow you to make your own wrappers. So if you don't like my dialogue, if you don't like my flyout, if you have a different inline type of wrapper that you want to create for the field mapper editor, you can override that. Same with the file picker, same with everything else. Point is that we want to give the developer the flexibility to highly customize this, keeping whatever pieces they want that were implemented in the core library and replacing whatever, including the entire library itself. But let's just make sure that this works. So we're now telling the library that we want to use my field mapper editor component. And that looks like and it's not going to be styled. I just now realized it's not going to be styled. No. Why that did not work? We saw it work on Friday, didn't we? Was I imagining things? I do like to imagine things. I have a healthy imagination. I'm going to say that it's because we didn't actually restart the application. And whenever he gets agitated, he smooths his eyebrow. I would like some, however, I'm trying to make better choices. I got a notification from one of my favorite fast food places. Did you not run? Hello? Question mark. Where did all the things go? It says it started, but it didn't actually launch the page for me. One more try. Oh, that's better. And then we're getting this again. I really don't understand what's going on with this. It doesn't always happen. But if I then again, it might be a completely different issue now. Is there a new issue that is happening? All right, so there are no errors showing up in the console here. And we have this error here that's pointing to a render issue. And it's really difficult to tell what exactly is causing this. I don't exactly know if I could look at any of these things here in the actual WebAssembly to tell me what to give me a more specific which component is causing this error when it's trying to render things. Let's clean. Okay. rerun. Why are you doing this? Why you are doing this to me? So it says that it started, but it didn't open the app for me again. Why? What's going on? Okay. What broke? What did I do? Control click. Yeah, it's just I wanted to make sure that it opened in the right browser. Okay, so because it's running in server, we're getting the error in console and it's a little bit more detailed. I still have no idea which component is causing this though. It's pretty much the same information that we got here. You have the same exception in your production app. I did update Visual Studio yesterday. But the thing is, I updated Visual Studio on that computer over there as well, and I was working on that computer. Speaking of, let's just see if it compiles and builds and runs. Loading. Are you running JavaScript for this? Am I? There is some JavaScript that I'm running in app.razor or routes.razor. Or am I actually doing that in this app? No, I'm not. Where's app? Yeah, it is app.razor. So no, I'm actually not. I usually do. I have in debug only, I have it to where it applies my dark mode because for whatever reason when the app starts it doesn't like to or not when it starts, when it does CSS auto sync, it doesn't apply my dark mode, so then I have a JavaScript timeout that is constantly checking to apply dark mode, so that when I save changes it goes to light mode and then immediately changes to dark mode after about 5 seconds. But no, the thing that's being really weird is that none of these components are getting resolved, which is kind of pointing to some kind of configuration issue, an import that doesn't exist anymore. For example, this components in sample, oh, that would be this one. Did I cause any errors by uncommenting this? I guess one thing to check is if I comment this back out, are we okay? Because it could be in here and then we can narrow it down and keep narrowing until we fix it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's JavaScript for this error. The only place that I have JavaScript being loaded is specifically when you open the flyout. No, is specifically when you open the preview table, but it doesn't load until then. Yeah, okay. So while I'm waiting for, oh, I guess it's ready. I'll do them at the same time then. I'm going to run the app with the UI thing commented out because it was running just now. And you, and you. Oh, no, just control F5. Goodness, my brains. Welcome back. Welcome to Monday. Glad you could join us. Yeah, the other weird thing is that... Oh, I guess it's fine. In this case, it was still open, so it didn't rerun it. Yeah, so even after doing that, we're getting the same error. Okay, one more again. I am going to clear out storage. Close you. I'm going to... Oh yeah, here's something I hadn't done yet. I don't know why I would need to since I haven't been changing the structure of anything, but I have... Restream. I haven't deleted bin and obj in a while. So we'll do that real quick. So I am doing it from Windows Explorer by searching for bin or obj. And I put it in parentheses. I didn't need to, but I put it in parentheses because I have been doing stuff like remove folder, object model, because my solution didn't used to be in a source folder. It was at the root. No, it's not even my solution. The team I was working on had a solution that was in the root of the repo. And also in the root of the repo, when you clone it locally, is this folder called object model. And that gets picked up when you're searching for obj. So I filter it out to make sure that I can just select everything and delete. Anyway, there. Cleaned. It's done actually deleting. Hey, and Visual Studio's like, I don't know what just happened, but... Okay, on the other computer, the application is running as normal. No JavaScript exceptions, no anything. And what if I uncomment out program CS? Oops. Control KU. Dang it. I'm sure you can imagine what I'm doing on the other screen. It's messing everything up, of course. Oh, I pushed Control U and everything went lowercase. Whoops, Control KU. There you go. All right, and then program CS for the client side. Control Grog, Jog, J. What even is that? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. If any of you are Kansas University of Kansas alum, may be blessed, may be loved. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm supposed to have a rivalry with KU since I'm a K-State grad. Okay, so that launched as well on the other computer. And if I pick a file, will my field mapper show the overridden field mapper? Oof. Not work. But that's okay though. Maybe. It's very confusing is what it is. Oh, duh. Oh my gosh, duh. Anyway, you'll see it as soon as I come back to the screen. Oh my gosh. So yes, we're still stuck on the issue with it not running the app, with us getting that initial error when we try to run the application. So let's get past that. But maybe if you were actually looking at the screen again, there is no expectation that any of you are sitting here staring at small text on a mobile device screen or whatever you happen to be watching on. That's why I tried to talk through what it is that I'm actually doing, so that you don't have to actively watch. Okay, so that did get rid of the error. That's good. So Scott, maybe delete bin and obj for your production app, or you know what I mean by that. So where you deployed your production app, you might need to clear the folder and redeploy, but first delete bin and obj in your local app, unless you're deploying using a pipeline, in which case that wouldn't work. So simply clearing out the folder that you're publishing to, making sure to keep any files that are specific to that folder there. Like for me, I deploy to IIS, so I keep my app settings.production.json, but I delete the entire rest of the contents of that folder if I need to fix something like this. But what I did in dev was deleted bin and obj locally and rebuilt. Okay, so that works. Let's pick a file. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. I don't put the names of who followed, just in case you just want to follow and lurk and don't want to get called out. But you are always welcome to chat and engage if you feel like it. Okay, so everything is working the way that it should. I'm going to do this again so that we can display our overridden content allegedly, and then refresh. And what we're expecting to see is the content that says I'm overridden. But we're not seeing that. We're seeing the original content. Why? Why, oh why, looking at this screen and this code, are we not getting the overridden render? Why around this block, around this line, around this keyword, are we not seeing this component's overridden render? You guessed it, because I have base.render, which means always use the base class's render. Ignore my overridden render. So with that, let's see if we get the content that we're let's see if hot reload worked But let's see if we get the content we're expecting. Okay, I'm gonna assume hot reload just didn't work, and that's why we didn't see it. So I'm gonna restart the app. And then I'm also gonna restart Visual Studio so we get our Roslyn symbol finding stuff. Yay! Okay. I was just being special. Okay, so what we're really wanting to do though is, and this is probably why I had it like this before, we will want base.render, but I want to override only the item template. Item. Oh, right, we're not going to get IntelliSense until I Control Z. Save, close, reopen. Oh, hips. Maybe I can do this now. Why would you guys do this on a day when I stream? Oh my gosh. Such a whiner. Okay, there's our IntelliSense. Give me about 30 more hours and I'll catch up. So Restream is telling me that I need to re-authenticate one of my channels, which is why Restream chat wasn't working today, even though I started everything in the right order. But now suddenly I need to reconnect. But it was connected the whole time. Whatever. Who cares? Who cares anyway, nah? Okay. So what we're hoping to override, which hopefully we get IntelliSense, is item. Why isn't it an option? Did I not make it protected? I may not have made it protected. And did you see that my injected service is not being used anymore? So I need to clean that up. It would be in the .razor file. You're public, you're protected. Wait, that's table header content, but that still should have shown up. But this is the one that I'm trying to override. Item content template. Why wasn't it showing up? It was very, very weird, yes? Okay, and here's what I want. Not that. That is not what I want. Here's what I want. If the cur field dot field name is not, I kind of like the switch expression that it was trying to use, but we'll just do this for now. Is not name of, what is the name of our, oh, it's not going to work here because I'm thinking of the name of the field and class from the lab data import version. This is not the lab data import version. This is just the core library's sample app. So what is the name of our model for this library? It's called sample upload. It's called sample, I don't know. It's called chicken taco. That's the core library. Stop confusing yourself. Target record. I wouldn't have remembered that. Target record dot ignore field 1. Let's just do this for ignore field 1 specifically. If it's not ignore field 1, then do base item content template, else let's do lunch. That's not going to work. We are going to need a TR with 3 columns, I think. Excuse me. You really like to do this whole indenting when I don't want you to. TD. I'm overridden. TD. And no non-breaking space and non-breaking space. And it's telling me that we are trying to change a modifier. Right. Oh my gosh. That's why it didn't give it to me as an option. I was trying to override it as public. This is me paying attention. Okay. Now it's happy with us. So, Saul. Oh yeah, I was gonna try that. Where can I move you, Mobile Studio? I don't think there's a very good place to move you to. So I'm just going to make you fall over a little bit. I'm gonna push this down like so. That might be too much. Are you gonna keep falling? Or can you like actually stay in place right here? It can stay in place there. This might be a little rocky. Oh dear. Well, how about there? That's terrible. That's terrible. What do you say? And then if we can get this to stay up a little higher. Wait. Dang, you can see the back of the monitor very, very easily. How about that? I think that works. That makes me feel a little less self-conscious. I will admit that I was feeling a little bit self-conscious with the camera angle. Yeah, I'm not even an image type. Okay, well, here we go. Point is proven. If I wanted to override a single row of display, I could. The difficult thing is matching the original component so that it's essentially the same, but I want to be able to add one more option. The whole point of this thing that we're doing is, we have a very specific use case and requirement thing. I guess I could have done that. But that put the keyboard too. Talking to myself again. Okay, so here is our use case. Here is the situation that we're running into that I started this entire mess with, making the field mapper editor customizable, where you can swap out the components and the pieces, the individual rows. And now we should be at a point where this is going to work the way that we want. But on Friday, as I was finishing up or getting close to getting the hot swappable component working, I thought of another way that we could approach this that would be much, much easier to implement and maintain, which we're going to do it that other way. But now that I've done this, I just want to do proof of concept since I'm keeping it. And then when we're working on the open source version of this, we will think really, really hard. We're going to be thinking really, really hard about a lot of this. We're going to think really, really hard about how to truly make it easy to customize. Because I would want, for example, why isn't it loading? It did loading. Okay. I would want, for example, in our item template, for each of our TDs. So this would be the destination column template. This would be the mapping rule column template. And this would be the source column template, so that we would be able to have render fragments for each of these pieces of content as well, so that when we are specifying the overridden, let's say the only thing that we're targeting is that first field, and we want that to be the original, or I guess we want the other two to be the mapping rule column template. And then we said this one is the value something or other template. Source. Source configuration column template. And maybe we do want to print out the original destination configuration column template, but just before it, which is going to render a select element and have all of the hookups for that, but just before it, we would actually want a radio button. So you have two radio options. So you're surrounding this entire thing with an input type radio, or a label / input type radio, where the select element is going to be disabled when the other one is selected, and the other one is lab or lot number discriminator, lot number lookup, something. Anyway, point is that you'd be able to customize each individual column, as well as the entire row template, as well as the entire field mapper editor. So we're starting from the smallest thing while still maintaining the ability to use everything else as provided and only override the most granular thing that you're trying to override. Yeah. But here is the overall use case. This is the actual application that we're using that library in. It is an application for importing data given to us from various laboratories. They'll give it to us in either spreadsheet in XLSX or CSV format. We know that they're going to give us a spreadsheet that has, or worksheet or whatever, that has the first row is the header, and then the rest of the rows are the data. And it's structured in a way where each column represent or the shape of all of the rows is the same as what's described by the column header. That's what I'm trying to say. Are you actually going to run though? It would be cool if I stopped confusing myself. I think I have the wrong startup project for that too. And that would have happened from our most recent Visual Studio update, where it did not restore all of my project settings. Oh dear. Okay, and so since we're going to have so many different labs giving us data, giving us spreadsheets and CSVs and stuff, then we want to be able to map any shape of file to the shape that our database is expecting, because the goal is to put the data into our database. So here we go. New file. Who dis? Okay, so as you can see up here, I have a toolbar now for this application. The rest of this UI is provided by the library. I'm using essentially all of the components, but I'm overriding the way that the table is displayed so that selected items don't have the background highlight. Instead, unselected items have a background highlight and they have a strike through. And here is our mapper. And it's this lot number that we've been concerned with. The lot number for our records is assigned typically by the lab that had been submitting the sample results. We had only been using one lab up until this point, up until about October, and that one lab would always provide a lot number that was 4 characters long and was a sequential pattern that went from AAAA through ZZZZ. And the document for the type of file that they're submitting to us to get their data to us looks like a mini mall. No, I don't want that one. I want this one. So this is what the shape of the file that they should send us looked like. At least that one specific lab. This is how it was back in 1824, I think, when they were first using this application. We did use multiple labs, but they were all expected to give us a text file in fixed width format with the character positions being defined by this table here. So you can see that lot is a 4-character code, and the lab is just using AAA through ZZZZ. But this is what the new labs are sending us. Once Excel opens. And you can see that these these column headers are not the same names as the fields we're expecting from this file. So the whole point of this app is to map from whatever shape of data that they give us to the shape that we expect, which is this shape. And so I created a C# type that matches the expected format, and that's what we're mapping to here. But the way that this lab is providing their lot information is this analysis batch number. So I'm pretty sure that the mapping should be from this analysis batch to the lot number, but the lot number is only allowed to be 4 characters long and match that pattern AAA through ZZZZ. What I really want to do, which might break code elsewhere is make the lot number field allow more characters and just use whatever the lab gives us. That would be the most straightforward, beneficial way of using lot number. The problem with that is there are processes such as in record check, which is one of the stored procedures, which I'm hoping to turn into C# code that we're going to run on the imported records from this process. One of those checks is to look up lab lot, and you can see here that the lot number for this stored procedure is expecting 4 characters, and that gets passed down to many different stored procedures that get called by this stored procedure. So it's not only a matter of updating the database field to allow for more than 4 characters, but all of the stored procedures to also expect a lot number that is potentially greater than 4 characters. Man. And there are a lot of different things that it checks. So for example, if we go into check multiple lab lot or lot lab installation code, maybe this one was only one script. Yeah, it's only one. Then check lot. This one has the potential to call it. Well, no, here it is. So this, again, we're in record check. We're calling this external stored procedure called, or not external, this custom stored procedure called check multiple lab lot CSP check lot. And in that CSP check lot, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more stored procedures that get called. And potentially even more inside of those. And then again, every single one of those, any of them that accept lot as a parameter, is specifying that lot will be coming in as a 4-character code. And you can see that just about all of them require lot. Not just about all of them. 4 of them require lot. And then even then, the check valid lot probably is doing a check to make sure that lot number is no more than 4 characters. Here it is. Make sure that lot is either 3 or 4 characters. How fun. If there is an underscore, it can only be the last character. It can't be anywhere else in there. So we can't even use combinations of a underscore underscore underscore. Okay, we're learning a lot about this. A lot. Okay. Oh, Fun times. Okay, so here was the revelation that I had on Friday's stream. I was thinking of adding a button to the headers for picking the column that we will use as the auto lot number. And by auto lot number or lot discriminator or whatever it is that we end up calling it, what we mean is the column that will look at the field's value and store it in a separate table that stores that field's value and a reserved lot number, which is again that 4-character string from A to Z, and we'll auto increment that number but reserve it for the value that is in that column. So you pick this column and it says this number here is going to be mapped to AAAA for this lab specifically. So I was thinking of having a UI that we can add to this column header. That was difficult. A UI that could be added to this column header, not as difficult, but still not a good place for it, in my opinion. And I'm like, why not just have a flippin' button up here that says assign lot column? And if that assign lot column is specified as a separate property of my model that is storing the information for this page, then don't show the lot number or the lot column in this field mapper. Ignore it. But only while the field mapper is open. Then, if it's not specified up here, of course, show it in here, which we can do easily. So Kiwi is saying, I work on a project where backend is mainly T-SQL. SQL is actually fun. It is fun, though. Inhales opium. Or copium, sorry. I said opium. Inhales copium. It is fun in my opinion, though. I really love working in SQL. However, if it was a specifically SQL driven application with no UI, I mean, even then, I would still write it in C#. But still, it was fun for a time. I still like writing SQL. My copium might be hidden, but it's there. Move you over here first. Go over here. Okay, but are all English natives pronounce SQL? Or do all English native people pronounce SQL as SQL? I'm not a native English speaker, and I usually hear SQL, like letter by letter. The answer is, I don't think that we can generalize this as saying all native English speakers do say SQL. I don't even know that I can make the claim that most pronounce it SQL, because I don't know a lot of people. I don't know very many people at all, actually. So that would be the same as saying, do all native English speakers? Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to come up with a, it's too general. It's really difficult to generalize a statement like most, or actually in your case, all native English speakers say SQL instead of spelling out SQL. Because that's almost guaranteed to be, no, that is incorrect. So I was trying to think of, do most English speakers say SQL? To which I still don't know. I don't have enough information to make a claim like that. So I won't feel confident making a claim one way or the other. President Not Sure says, I tend to spell it out in my brain and when I speak it. So yes. So President Not Sure is a native English speaker. I'm assuming that's why you said that. And he pronounces it SQL. DNA. Just an assumption I'm making, that's all. But I say SQL because I'm lazy. Although, yeah, I say SQL. That's it. I'm gonna leave it at that. No! Help! I got through that bottle fast. Which is good though, because I need an extra amount of water. Okay. I think we are actually done with the work though that we are gonna do on the core library, as far as being able to override the editor, because it does everything that we were imagining needing to do in the application, which is to be able to override specifically the item content template portion of the mapper editor, so that if it's the lab field, we display different options. Did I pause that, or you are that far behind? That's weird. Okay. So what we're going to do is commit this, merge it, and update our NuGet package in the main application. And then not use this new functionality that we just created. Gosh. Like I said, lazy. I'm letting Copilot write my commit. I'm reviewing it, but I'm letting it write my commit. Refactor field mapper components and updated dependencies. Yes. Okay. We're going to go through the pull request process. Again, I'm a solo developer, so I'm really doing this to keep practicing doing a pull request process. The thing that might start happening more and more is, because I am just going through the motions of a PR, I'm not really committing to doing the review portion, as if I am now not the person who developed the code, but the person who's reviewing the code that was developed. And I think I really should be acting more like this is a pull request that I'm receiving and reviewing. The field mapper editor overrideable. Added UI configuration options to be able to specify a custom field mapper editor component. Updated sample to show usage. Okay, so I'm creating the PR. My team gets an email because I pick them as reviewers. Oh, and I need to associate this with the work item. 544, that is the one. And then I get an email as a reviewer. I go into the pull request and I look at the files. And I start a review. Where is the start a review? Aren't there usually, like, isn't there usually a start a review button? So this is already confusing to me, because I did used to do pull request reviews. for my team, the team that I was on, I should say. And I remember there being a starter request, a starter review button, and I had check marks as I was reviewing the files. And here's some comments I would get back. Too complicated, too much blah blah. So I guess I'll just describe what these files are and what they are doing. So that will be the way that I review it now, and I'm kind of forcing myself to go file by file. There are 24 files, which is moderate sized for a pull request. The goal is to keep the number of files and changes as small as possible to accomplish the task. At least from my understanding. But this class here is the class that can be configured in program.cs that will indicate which component type to use as the field mapper editor. Press any file in the Explorer, then you'll see the check marks. I think it's because I'm the one that created the PR that I'm not seeing the check marks. Thank you for that, though. Your name is Wansu. I have a character named Wanshu, and he's really cool. I want to be him one day. So anyway, I like your name. Unless I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, in which case I apologize. Oh, wait, is this the check mark? It moved. Or maybe it's just the way that I have this repo set up. So like I'm used to seeing it up here. Yeah, I was used to seeing it up here in this bar, and there's a check mark up here. But apparently there's a check mark next to the file itself. Okay, so for the logic of this, when the user is configuring this in program.cs, they will set field mapper editor component type property in the options to type of, because we need a type. So type of field mapper editor component that they customize and that they created. Part of setting it is doing the check for, is this a field mapper editor? Oh, sorry. Is it null? If it's null, use the one from the library. Is it inheriting? Is it implementing field mapper editor base? Or is it derivative of field mapper editor base? If not, throw a runtime exception. I want to do this in the editor. Like I want to give editor cues. I want Roslyn compiler warnings and errors that it's not one of these types, or it's not a field mapper editor base. It is abstract, so if it is abstract, we throw another exception. If it has a generic, then we throw another exception because we can't use generics when we're trying to instantiate a new. And is it an interface? Kind of like, is it abstract? So same situation there. If all of those pass, then we can use that field mapper editor component in place of the field mapper editor component that we would have used by default. So I agree with that file. It's cool. I like it. A change to the service extensions was to add the builder.services.configure data file mapper UI options, so that when they're doing their program.cs stuff, which we'll go to next, just because it'll make more sense to, they can do builder.services.configure data file mapper UI options, and then use this syntax to configure the options, which is typical of dependency injection, how C# developers are used to doing dependency injection configurations. And then because this is render mode auto, that needed to be done in both server and WASM and client. So that's what this is. Okay, so now the changes to the existing components. It looks like the developer, aka me, added a mixin, a Sass mixin. Is this the right place for it? Maybe. I mean, it seems like it's only components within here are using it. So I guess it makes sense. Do we want to expose? Ooh. Do we want to expose this mixin to someone using the library? Is that even possible? Can you share SCSS files from a NuGet package to the project that is referencing that NuGet package? I think there's some setting that you have to set where it's like include assets, something or other. I don't know it off the top of my head. We will explore it in the future. I am noting it in my parking lot. Mixin SCSS files. Is there a way to expose them to projects referencing the NuGet package? Question man. Okay, noted. So anyway, point is, these look like the styles that used to be in the field mapper editor directly. So these here. So my assumption was that they removed them from here and put them into the field mapper editor wrapper styles, which they did. Good job, them. So these are those styles, but they ended up creating two versions of it. One that is, if it is directly used on our field mapper editor, then we need to be like, find the table in that field mapper editor and style the child components, because the child components are rendered by using that render fragment. And so because it's in a render fragment, even though I'm defining the content of it in that file, I'm using a render fragment to render it on the page, which means we need to use the : deep for isolated CSS files. Otherwise, if it's being used in any other component, that component is responsible for targeting : deep, whatever the name is. So in this case, for our custom field mapper editor, we have field mapper editor wrapper that we're choosing to name it. We could have named it anything we want. And we are then saying this component is responsible for, well, I guess the wrapper component up here. This one is responsible for targeting that element. So a nested component using : deep. And then the rest of the styles will not use : deep. But there is still only one definition for all of the component styles from that point down. Which again, you could choose to do yourself. You could only reference this mixin and not even worry about targeting table. You just would put it on the table itself. Cool. Koala, koala, koala. Okay. They replaced the usage of the default editor with this, which is what. So if I were reviewing this truthfully, I would try to find out what this render field mapper is. I don't see any changes to the .razor.cs file, which means that it's not part of the code behind for field mapper wrapper or field mapper dialog, which means it's got to be in field mapper wrapper base. So let's go to that file next. Boy, do I love reviewing PRs. So in that field, oh yeah, gosh. This is unused. Please remove it. We don't like unused code. I mean, yeah. We just don't like unused stuff. So that's one of my responses that I'm sending them. So they're going to do that now because they're good. And that was in field mapper editor base. Was that field mapper editor base? Dang it, that was field mapper wrapper base. And it was supposed to be field mapper editor base. Are we actually using it in field mapper wrapper base? I think we are using it in field mapper wrapper base. We are. So I'm writing a nice note back and saying I did it. Except I need to actually push. These are not real changes. If we stage, we'll see them go away. They were just updated file dates. Radio Patrick, did I say hello to you yet? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry about that. What day is it? Where are we? I hope you're having a fantastic day. How's work? How is your... I'm assuming that you have today off of work, and that's why you're able to talk on people's streams. Okay. Removed, unused, DI. You're so understanding. So Radio Patrick does have today off. It's been so long since I've gotten to stop by here. Yeah, but that's okay. It's completely understandable. I hope you're enjoying your, I'm still going to call it new job. I hope you're enjoying your job. My assumption is that you're really busy anyway, but always glad to see you when you do show up. I'm also going to make the assumption that your current work schedule has not left much room, and your situation, I guess, has not left much room for you to get back to streaming yet. Deflux! Hello, Deflux. How are you doing on this fantastic Monday day? Yeah, it's a lot to take in. I see what you did there. The novelty of having my own cubicle office is not yet worn off, but it's going well. I don't know if that's sarcasm or not. I've been kind of streaming, but being in Utah, I'm out of sync with basically everyone now, except me. Except me. We're in the same time zone now, I think. You're Mountain Time, right? Okay. Okay, so you are getting your own office. I had this really crazy dream where I was back at Sykes, a call center. Deflux, I'll read your message in a second. Where I was working in a call center, and there were rows of cubicles. Like the call center that I actually worked at weren't cubicles. They were lined up desks and computers all side by side. But like this one was a whole bunch of cubicles in line with lower dividers, like just high enough so that when you're sitting in your chair you can't see the people to your left or in front of you or behind you. But when you stand up you can see over to the people on all the sides. And then at the very end was a cubicle that was twisted, kind of like his cubicle, which you can't see at the moment. That was kind of rotated 45 degrees, and tall walls on it that went all the way to the ceiling, and that's where the line manager essentially worked. And it was a crazy dream. So anyway, I was thinking about that because my cubicle experience is not one where I was excited to be in a cubicle, is why I was mentioning that. So that's why I didn't know if you were being sarcastic or not, and I wanted to take you as seriously as you intended it to be. So I'm glad I asked. There was this one place that I worked at where they put my cubicle, like it was essentially a what used to be used as a lieutenant colonel's house on base, and they converted it into the HR office. And so it was pretty much, you come in the main door, they had a reception area, and then to the left was kind of a foyer that had the printer and all of our mailboxes, and then just beyond that was a room that the manager was in, the HR chief. And then there was this narrow corridor that went to the right with a couple of rooms on the right that were offices, and then a closet type room that was on the left. And then just a little bit further was a more open area, and there was a cubicle there. They stuck me there. And then like more offices on the outside. So I was technically in the middle of this place in a cubicle where people were constantly walking around back and forth, yelling across at each other. And I'm like, I cannot work in this situation. So then they're like, well, we can move you into the office in the corner because it's not currently used. So they moved me into an actual room with a door. And then they're like, well, we need that room now. So they moved me into the closet thing that was like maybe 3 feet, maybe a little bit more than 3 feet, but it was narrow, and it was about 6 feet deep, and it had a desk in there. But yeah, no door. Yeah. It was just very office space. I made a lot of mistakes while I was there, though. But anyway, Radio Patrick is saying, so now, but because of security rules at work, I probably shouldn't have Twitch up and open on my work computer. So now I'm either missing streams because I'm asleep, or everyone is streaming while I'm at work and getting off when I'm getting home, except for science streams. But there are a lot of developers that stream during the same core hours that we do. And also, you are used to, being Eastern time, having the availability to catch just about any streamer that streams in the US, or even in Europe, because that's their late afternoon, early evening time when they get off of work. So anyway, I understand. Then Radio Patrick said, I've never had a cubicle or personalizable space at work before, so despite how much cubicles suck, it's a cool change of pace. I totally don't want to spit on it, to put mud on it, to make it any less exciting than it is for you, because definitely sounds really cool that you're able to have this space that you've never gotten to have before. I want to celebrate with you. All right, D-Flux was saying, I just applied for a coolsounds.net job. Cool Sounds. Probably a typo, but I can't untypo it in my head. Cool sounding. Okay. Deflux was commenting on the cubicle stuff. I worked in a cubicle for a short period, and it was a new built office, so I picked the cubicle furthest away from the corner. And then I convinced them to buy me a whiteboard. Yeah, I got a whiteboard too for my cubicle. I was happy about that. My cubicle was the only one that had the space for a big whiteboard just outside it. Mine was decent size. It was like 3 feet by 3 feet. Everything is 3 feet to me because I can't do physical world measurements. I'm no good at that. And it fit inside the cubicle, and I used it a lot. I used it a lot. And then I convinced, I said that because it was in the corner. And President Not Sure said, I used cubicles for so many years, it's hard for me to even remember this. Oh man. The nice thing is that cubicle is big enough for several chairs, a whiteboard, and a bookshelf, plus also has a closing door. What? So it's like the corner office or the line manager's office from my dream. So awesome. Very, very cool. It sounds like an actual office. It's just with cubicle walls instead of, what's it called? Drywall. That's called an office. True. Okay. Good job. We reviewed it. All changes. Check all. Good job. You reviewed it. Thank you so much for reviewing this. You approved it and everything. This is what usually ends up happening, being a solo dev. We're completing it. Don't complete the work item. We're still working on the work item, but delete the branch. So typically, if I am actually the reviewer of a PR, I will leave the branch for the originating PR requester to delete themselves, because who knows if they're going to do more work on that branch or not. One line to one line. Great job. I already had to call him out on leaving in an unused dependency injection thing. Okay, but that means that we are done with this branch. What should have happened, since we did a PR and it got committed to main, that it kicked off the build pipeline. Once the build pipeline is done, it will kick off the release pipeline so that the NuGet packages will get released to our local feed. Once that gets done, then we'll update the NuGet package in the project that we're referencing it from. And this, again, this is my normal workflow for when I have project dependencies in different repos. And in this case, I'm planning on only using the open source version of this library. So I am doing all of the development for the core library, the portion of it that will be open sourced, in a separate repo. And then the one that I am actually referencing that NuGet library in will stay internal, will stay private here. Okay. What I typically also do is I immediately pull main. And if I'm currently working in a branch myself, which I am, while someone else is working in another branch, I will immediately update my local branch to whatever the latest changes were, provided they didn't have any breaking changes stuff done. The other thing that I forgot to show is, if this was truly someone else's PR, my very first step is check out their branch, like on my local machine, make sure it builds. That's step one. If it doesn't build, I don't even bother with the review. I'm like, I can't get this to build. I mean, I'll make sure that it's not something that I'm doing incorrectly that it's not building for. I will make a concerted effort to make sure everything is configured correctly and all of that. But if it doesn't build, then I'm like, I'm not going to review until it can build. But I don't have to worry about that anymore. Solo dev. And other people won't have to deal with me being like that. Okay, so I pulled in the latest main into my working branch that I've been working on for that same project. Deflux was saying to Radio Patrick about his most recent comment. The nice thing is that it's big enough for several chairs, whiteboard, closing door, bookshelf. Deflux was saying, my cubicle comes with 3 bedrooms, a front door, and a kitchen, living room, and dining room, not to mention the back deck. Nice. Nice. Okay, so we were kind of expecting this. It just does this on occasion. The TypeScript file, when it's compiling it, deletes the JavaScript file. If things fire out of order, the JavaScript file doesn't exist when it's trying to compile the rest of the project, and it's like, I can't find this file. So I'm just building again. It is telling me that it cannot implicitly convert from Field Mapper Editor to Field Mapper Editor base, but it should because Field Mapper Editor is a Field Mapper Editor base. Okay, so it's not a real error because the build completed successfully. Missing. How dare. Oh, okay. This is work that we're still doing. So never mind. Not how dare. Okay. It is work in progress. Okay, so since I was able to pull main, I'm going to go ahead and push my new merged branch, and then I will continue my work on that branch when we get to it. But for now, we're still on this lot process. Okay, the build pipeline completed. It did the release. The thing that we realized not too long ago, and I keep saying we, again, if you don't want to be included in this, just don't count yourself as part of we. I say we a lot because you guys help me out so much, even if it's just energetically. One of the things that we noticed recently was that this is not deploying only the dash beta because there is no dash beta NuGet package. I was expecting there to be a regular version and then a version dash beta. So the test would deploy the regular or the version number dash beta as a pre-release. So if you have dash beta on your version number, it treats it as a pre-release. And there's all of my build successful messages. But instead, we are deleting the official version directly to our feed. So this entire last step needs to be approved. It doesn't make a difference because it's already been deployed. Yay. Tasty. Okay, so what this means is that for our lab data version of the application, which is here, I say version, our lab data application that uses the library that we just updated, we're going to update the NuGet package version so that we can take advantage of the latest features in that NuGet package, which we're going to end up not using. Updates. Yeah, everything is selected. That should be selected. You and you. Allow. NuGet is not a bad word, Twitch. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hello, criminal. Criminal. Criminal Logan. You say nougat, but I hear nougat. Now I wish I had sweets. Me too. I love nougat. Nougat is so tasty. Would you prefer I called it nugget? Because I'm not going to do that. Radio Patrick says, oh, as an update thought, one line, I finally got my stuff set up to bypass my ISP's CGNAT and expose the radio station API to the internet again. So everything looks like it's on track to be live and production ready by the end of the month. I wish you were able to stream this stuff because that sounds super interesting. I mean, wait, you said that you have been. It's just that your timing is different than everyone else's timing. You streamed 4 days ago. Okay. You are back on my shoutouts list when I see you in TBD stream. I really thought that you had just not been able to stream yet or come up with a stream schedule yet. Man. Radio Patrick. If you guys have not seen a Radio Patrick stream, it is some cool stuff. He was just chatting on his last stream. I saw some code though. That's not just chatting. I saw some code. Here we go. So Radio Patrick is working on a web application to discover radio stations across, is it the world or just the US? Yeah. Oh my gosh. So I happen to wake up at, or I happen to be at my computer by 4:30 a.m. and he starts his stream at 5 a.m. and ends it at 7 a.m. our time. So I totally understand. Okay, so globally available radio station. So he's been working on this app for a while, and it sounds like he is this close to getting it released. Pirate Station, but that's a secret. Well, I do not condone or endorse usage or development of any illegal activities or sites. But you should still check out Radio Patrick's stream because he's amazing. And he does some really cool stuff. The end. In fact, I have a blurb for Radio Patrick. If I could find my mouse. This is a blurb. Basta. Radio Patrick says, oh yeah, I was working on an OBS browser source page for showing the currently playing track. That would be very nice. As you can see, I'm using a service called Slipstream. And the way that I'm showing this now playing section is I have a window. So I installed Slipstream as a PWA locally. And I'm pretty much pointing a Windows source. I don't know the names of the sources, but one of the sources that lets me target an application, and then I cropped it down so that it's only showing this small portion. So you can actually see my mouse hovering over the title, or you can see it getting an underline. But it would be nice if they had a widget that just, you pop into OBS, shows you the now playing. Kind of like Spotify's does. right? I remember you telling me some of the weirdnesses with the, or not weirdnesses, limitations that you have with the API, but it sounds like this one is a not limitation. The radio station API I built has a WebSocket endpoint which streams various bits of data, so I'm using that for live update elements. That's cool. What all can I dismiss? I thought that I already deleted the DevOps emails, so those should be gone. And then there's a few Gmail mensajes that are now taken care of. A few of my scenes have an SVG I made that is an animated radio graphic and is also powered by the WebSocket. Awesome. I've been trying to do stuff. In fact, over this weekend, I cloned, I followed all of the instructions on the Assaprite GitHub and I cloned it. And so I am trying to, and I'll be doing this probably in today's music stream, but I'm trying to remake this as a, wait, did I really name it something different? I did. I'm trying to remake it as a pixel art is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to remake it as a pixel art. It's been fun so far. This is how far I've gotten. So I'll probably be working on that on the music stream because it is for the music stream. And it's in the name of that stream is One Line Creative. So I'll shout myself out. And I stream on Mondays after my regular workday stream, and I do creative type endeavors. And the thing that I'm most excited about right now that's driving my passion is writing music. So I've been exploring that, but at the same time, I have this Unity scene that is a synthwave scene that I'm trying to make into an interactive stream background thing where you can, it'll be an endless driver, and then you can tell it to turn right, turn left. Just some small things like that. You just use Microsoft Paint. Well, now that they have layers, it's kind of like you really can make a true pixel art thing in Paint. I didn't think of that. But yeah, the nice thing about SVGs is that you can add an inline JavaScript to make them interactive. Yeah. So here, again, something else that I need to get back to is the actual company's website, which is just this page. This is an SVG that has JavaScript. So I just clicked and there are these little particles that will appear where your mouse is. And what I'm planning on doing is when there are enough particles that get spawned, that it'll open a portal to maybe the creative stream and have a clip from the creative stream play, or the software development stream, or whatever other portals the Automated Realms is influencing with software development and automation. So yes, SVGs all the way. I love SVGs. SVGs. Not that I'm good at manipulating them or anything. Not by a long shot. Okay, we have updated the library, and my okay, by the way, is not a dismissal. You can keep talking about whatever you feel like talking about. I'll read it off in chat. My okay is I am shifting my focus back to the app. I will try to focus on it for a minute, but I will engage with you as you make conversation. We've updated the NuGet packages, which means that if we wanted to, we could now override the field mapper editor and implement the approach for identifying the field map, the lot number, the field it. Too bright. Radio Patrick is saying, so my radio graphic has the track details, but also a couple knobs that turn a moving station frequency indicator line and several other switches. It was made to look like the old combo stereo system we all had in the living room growing up in the mid 2000s. Oh, you youngin'. What you meant to say, the old combo stereo we had growing up in the 80s, but whatever. In theory, as I flesh out what the WebSocket provides and get the station's various bots built, those interactive features will become more apparent and useful. Youngin'. Okay, here is... Right, I think I need to... Let's just do a hard refresh because that's what I would tell the users to do after I deploy a new version. That should give me my styles back. Yeah, cool. If you make it to a stream sometime, I'll give you a tour. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I have notifications turned on. I didn't know that they weren't turned on, but I have notifications turned on. Yeah, I'll be able to tell when you go live. Actually, I do need to see what time that was because I'm kind of a... like, all of us are creatures of habit, right? I'm asking for you to agree with that, to cede to that statement as a generalized everyone that is human is a creature of habit in one way, shape, or form. Man, that's a long stream though, so there should be plenty of time for me to catch at least a little bit of it. And my habit involves a pretty consistent schedule where my evenings are dedicated to time with my wife. I will still, at minimum, have your stream on this computer to give you viewership there. Yeah, my stream watching time is during the workday between 4:30 and 1:30. Well, 4:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. because then I start streaming from 9:30 to 1:30. But I'm still lurking on people's streams and semi-interacting with them. But then I do the music hobby thing starting right after my workday, where I'm still lurking and semi-interacting with people, but I'm mostly focused on doing the music stuff. It's been so much fun. I love that. It's been so rejuvenating. And then at around 3:30 my time, our time, I go upstairs to cook, eat dinner with my wife, and then we're back downstairs by around 5 o'clock to... We're usually just sitting pretty quietly or reading books and stuff. I keep wanting to click on red dots too. So I could just put your stream on. As long as I have these headphones, it should be fine. But we have lots and lots of conversations about topics that people would be like, you guys are crazy. I don't know if I should be hanging around you. You're batch. Tinfoil hat wearers. We practice a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's so cool though. The things that you can do as a human. But anyway, oh yeah, no worries. I know everyone has a life and I don't ask it to revolve around me, so it's all good. People make time when they can, yeah. And I'm glad you understand that. I knew you understood it. It's how I feel. Especially like since I started that one line creative stream, I'm like, those of you that are here in this community now, that are here because you love software development and maybe because you also want to support me, you have some kind of compulsion to support me, please don't feel like you have to go to that other stream to support me there. If that's not even something that you're interested in, that you have time for, it's additional to any routine you might have had before. I don't want to interrupt that. I don't want to cause extra stress or anything of the sort. That stream is so not put together and unorganized and all over the place that I wouldn't want to subject any of you to it. But I started streaming the music hobby because I want to learn from people that are that already know a lot or enough about music production that can give me pointers. Yeah, that's my main reason. It's pretty selfish. I want to learn from other people that have done this before or have been doing it for a long time. Okay, there's my okay again. Activated. So I did a hard refresh because I wanted to see if we got the styles. We did get the styles. So we're good to go. I'm going to load a template. I'm going to point this to the test server. I'm assuming that this isn't pointing to the test server because the template that we've already set up on the test server wasn't showing. So I'm moving it off screen so that I can get into my cigarettes. I'm commenting you, closing my user cigarettes, and bringing it back on screen. Hello, Nerd Herder. Nerd Herder says 2025-02 cumulative update for Windows. Oh my gosh. For Windows 11 version 23H2 for x64 based systems. Took an hour to update my PC today. I am on Windows Insider preview build, and so I'm updated to 24H2, and that happened 2 Fridays ago, and that update failed, but it took 2 hours. And so I delayed the stream until it finished. I didn't realize that's what it was doing. But I have since done the full update. It took as long as it took, and I'm on 24H2. And one of the things that the update did was removed, and I don't think it was permanent, but it removed all of my mapped drives and my network shares. So if any of the other computers were referencing a network share directly on this computer, they couldn't connect to it because that share didn't exist anymore. And then little by little, they started reappearing. Like some of them I manually reconnected and some of them just started showing up. And I was like, what? Huh? What? So there's something to look forward to. Now that we've done that, I really don't know which direction we're going. We made sure that the styles were there. Oh yeah, I just reconnected to the other database. Data. Did you hear me say data? At least I'm being more consistent when it's database. But when I say data, it's still data. No, bikini. I need to find other people to lurk on since Bikini is ending his stream. Let's do Shano. Tomate salad. All right, it is running. We're choosing our file and we're checking to see if the template is here, the one that I'm looking for. It is. It's this Eurofins and preview. Okay, so our goal, that's the wrong one. It is this one. Okay, our goal, should we choose to accept it, which we are choosing to accept it, is to make this lot number automatically generated by the application based on user input. The user will need to, for each template, and by template, keep in mind that every file, every unique set of column headers and column types is stored in the database as a file. Which means if they use another file that is exactly the same shape, same column headers and column types, then they will be able to see the templates that were created using that specific set of column headers and column types. We've recently updated it so that they can also apply templates where any of the field names match. So if at least one field name in the imported file and the file that they are now using matched a file that was used before, then they can choose to apply that template. In this case, what's happening with this Eurofins TPSE is all of the column headers are the exact same name, but the column types were different. So it's not an exact file match, but it is an exact match nonetheless. This also means that if the user ends up adding columns and rows and stuff to the spreadsheet or to the CSV before importing it into this, they can still reuse a template that was created on the base column set, and then they just use that new field for whatever mapping they're trying to use it for. So that's been done. But what we really need is to be able to say lot number will be an ascending sequential, I guess is the word that I should use, character code, 4-character code from AAAA to ZZZZ that is unique to a given laboratory. So this lab code here needs to be provided as well. So I need some way to configure the rule to get the lot number discriminator, is what I still think I'm going to call it. And in this case, the lot number discriminator is just going to be exactly the value, a copy mapping rule from the analysis batch ID, as well as to specify the lab code. Because the lab code may or may not be, the lab code rule may or may not be specified in the rule just yet. In the template just yet. So what I'm thinking of doing is adding a button up here for configure lot discriminator. And I need a better word than discriminator. I'm saying it over and over, rolling it around in my head. I don't want the user to see the word discriminator. I don't want to call it discriminator anymore. At least not in the UI. So for now, let's start with where the toolbar is, which is right here in toolbar components. We're going to need that file and the code behind. So here is the component. The component is a dockable toolbar from my component library called the Armits Blazor component library. Clever. So clever. And I want to add it to this first group, most likely. Do I want to add it to the first group? The first group is all about the mapping and the output preview. The second group is all about the template. Why don't you have a title? You do have a title. Why isn't the title first? The second one. Okay, I'm gonna rearrange this. Oh, hopefully the user won't get too confused. It's still in development though, so it's not my fault. It's not like this is a production app. Does identifier not work in this context instead of discriminator? The description of what I'm looking for is which column should I use to determine what the next lot number is. So, for example, if the application was already configured previously with a different file where 320-821567 mapped to AAAA, then I want 320-821568 to map to AAAB. Identifier column. So yeah, you're still liking the identifier word, yeah. It's more of a mapping than a linking, I guess. I don't know if I could draw a picture for this. I don't have cool tools like TBD has, for example. Why? Nerd Herder, you just updated your OS. Reference field is a good one. You just updated your OS. Are you able to click on start and type in a search term for an app? It's not registering any keystrokes for me. So like, I clicked in the search field in my taskbar and I'm pushing letters, but nothing is typing. If I click on start and I type in characters, nothing. Yeah, I like reference field though. Reference field is really good. Dang it. And I've restarted. This definitely started with the Windows update. It worked for a little bit one day, and now it's not working again. Oh well. It makes it really, really hard to get to apps that are not pinned. New Windows feature, thank you, too. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna have essentially a. Why are you so small? He's so small. I guess to traditional dark mode enabled. So we're gonna have a database table that is called lot crosswalk or something. Lot reference. I mean, if we're gonna go with that, may as well call this lot reference as well. Lot reference. Or lot reference lookup. What did you call it? You just said reference field. Okay, so we have a lot reference. Inside of that table is, of course, the ID. I always have an auto ID just because SQL. And the lab name So, or the lab code, which is that 2-character code, because the lot numbers will be a sequential number that is unique to the lab, but there can be multiple lot numbers that are AAAA, for example. They just have to have different labs. The reference field, so I love the term reference. I'm liking that a lot. The reference field, and finally the value. Oh, I guess the value. These are subject to change. We can rename them. Reference field value. And the lot number, the generated lot number, or the next sequential lot number. So for example, if we have a lab EU, I think, ER, you're hardcore using paint for it's because Radio Patrick was like, I just use paint for stuff, for pixel art. This is a really dumb idea. Don't do this at home, kids. So this will be our table. We have lab, we have lot. I mean, we have reference field. Lab, lot. No. Whatever. I'll just fill in the background. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. The reference field. Yeah, and like even now that I'm starting to put this together, my brain is wanting to turn this into a relational table as well. Because why? Because paint bucket. I'll show you in a second. So lab, EU. This is going to get repeated a lot. EU, ill. Wait, why do I have lab on there twice? Summoner. Translation table. Yeah. Yes. That is a good phrasing for that. Because every single one of these is going to be lab EU with the same reference field. You pick the reference field once for that file for that lab is what I'm essentially wanting. And this was analysis batch. And that would get repeated however many records I have. Somewhere around here. And then the reference field value. Let's just use an ascending set of numbers from our data set. So let's start with this number. Then 9, 70, 71, 72. Hardcore mode, says T. Williams. I once, back in the day, 30 years ago, created an RTF file in Notepad for compiling into a .hlp file because I didn't have Word. Dang. Well, I guess it would have been Works at the time, right? Or even then it might have been Word Perfect. Is that the one that came just before Microsoft Works? Okay, then these are the numbers that are going to get determined by the logic in the application. So you're saying I want to use the lot field or the analysis batch field in the UI. The UI goes into the table. Actually, let me write these out. This is a lie. The cake is a lie. Okay, so in the application, you are stop it. Don't you do it. You're specifying the lab in this UI that we're going to have. You're specifying the lab. You're indicating which field from your current file should be used as your lot reference field. When you do that, we'll have a preview output, but the application will query the database for the most. Well, it'll first check to see if any of the reference field values exist in the database. If they do, then give us back the lot number that's associated with that reference field value. So in this file specifically, we would get back AAAA for this number here. If we had a brand new lot number that wasn't in the table already, then it would say, what is the most recent lot number? Then increment the last character by 1. If that character is already Z, then increment the previous character by 1 if that's already Z. You know, this whole recursive thing to get to the next sequential character code, which of course means that we only have 24 to the 4th available codes that we can use, but that's fine. It should be more than enough for an individual lab. So then when the user accepts that, a new record will be added to the database for all of this. I'll just type that in myself. Forget it. Why are you suddenly this big? 821573. And then it will assign at that point in time. Again, the user has just selected or has just clicked OK to this new file that they're uploading that has an analysis batch with this code on it. In that reference field value. This is going to reserve this character sequence for that value for this column. If they accidentally, and this is a decision I need to make, if they accidentally picked something like prep analysis batch instead, and they got a whole bunch of different values, those are going to reserve lot numbers. Even if they corrected it so that that file uses the analysis batch column, which means that this one will never ever get used again. The reason for this is that the user might be working on mapping the fields for a given file, and then they get interrupted and they aren't able to finish. Someone else might work on another one, or you know, two people doing it at the same time, and get conflicting lot numbers. Another alternative to this is to assign the lot number only when the user clicks upload. In our case, it would be extremely unlikely that multiple users will push the upload button at the same time, meaning that the next sequential lot number might get duplicated because when they both query the database, the next sequential lot number is the same. It reserves it. I still like this approach better. But I'm assuming that the user would want to see the actual lot number that this file is going to generate. In the preview. In this column. Like, I was thinking this could just be a placeholder that says to be determined. Option number 3, this is what I keep doing to myself. Option number 3 is that the user does the selecting of all of the information. They pick the reference field. Yes. And every time that I say it, it feels even better. It's the perfect name. Thank you guys. The reference field for the lot number, and which is going to be this analysis batch, and it will reserve the next letter for this file, and it'll be file based. The lot number will be reserved based on the file itself. How could we do that though? We would need some way to identify this file. T. Williams says, in SQL, when they hit submit, I would create a transaction and you wouldn't have 2 returning back the same. True. I do use transactions. And I will make the combination of, because the only thing that really matters is the combination of lab and lot. That cannot be duplicated. So let's say that 2 of them do run at the same time. One of them is going to commit first. The other one is going to try to commit, and then it will return an error that says duplicate index EU AAAF. So then I would have a retry if that was the error that the database transaction returned. That says, give me the next available. Yeah, okay, so that's what Radio Patrick is saying. Use a transaction if there's a conflict, roll back, increment, try again. Or, says Radio Patrick, I do love these ors. If you're just assigning lot numbers all over the place, you could mitigate the potential empty space if you add a cleanup function that will remove empty incomplete records and ideally move down all the lot numbers so that column remains continuous. Yeah, that one's not too worried about, or I'm not too worried about that scenario because again, like, I'm always thinking, what if we one day have 100 users? What if one day we have 5 users? Right now we have 1 user and we have very few lab results coming in. It's like maybe 1 every couple of weeks, I think is what he said. But what if? What if we got more users and we needed the resiliency of making sure? That was the whole point behind reserving the lot number. I know, Nerd Herder, I know. I want to think that way. It's just so hard. So the whole point behind reserving the lot number for the current file you're working on means that regardless of how many times you change the reference field, you're always going to get back starting from that lot number. Good design can flex to accommodate those what ifs, though, so it's good to think about, in my opinion. I'm really liking the assign the lot number on upload, and if there's a conflict, rolling back and then trying again. That sounds like a really database-centric, mindful approach. And it can accommodate for is it a combination key? So as mentioned, I don't know if you saw this, but here's what gets done. So once the data gets uploaded, this check is going to be run on it. And right now it is a stored procedure. That relies on the lab and lot number to do a whole bunch of checks on the records that just got imported. And one of those checks is check lot, for example. And check lot will check to make sure that the combination of lab lot is unique. One of these is it. The lot and method numbers match up to something that exists in another database. The analysis type is correct for the lab and lot, whatever that means. Unit of measure cannot be blank. The lab code exists in another database. Oh yeah, this is the very first check of making sure that there is only one lab and lot combination in existence. That doesn't make sense. No, I'm sorry. Lab and lot can be repeated in this table, in the upload table. Lab and lot cannot be repeated in this table because this lab lot combination is going to be specific to the Eurofins analysis batch ID this number. That's where the uniqueness comes into play. That's where the combination key comes into play. But again, I'm not making it a combo key. I'm making it an index, a unique index. So I'm thinking of having two unique indexes. Number one is lab and reference field value. And then the other one is lab and lot. William says, if I were doing this, I would do all that DB work and then find out the customer is moving to Oracle. Funny story. Well, I mean, I'm going to have a unique index ID auto increment as the key. But yeah, this would be an alternate key if we wanted to say that. The lab and lot would be an alternate key. So our geodatabase, not our geodatabase, our environmental database, which is one of the databases that this thing references, hi Bikini, they're thinking of moving the entire application for that to a commercial off-the-shelf product. Which means all however many millions of records I told you were in that database, Oh dear. Oh dear. Dang it. Hold on. Let me get it working. So I hope. Oh, I bet you it is working, but the bot was taking a minute to respond because no one had spoken to automated realms yet. I'm so glad I have interactability on the stream. It's not distracting at all. Redeems the dark mode. I would have done this in studio mode, but I was too lazy. Reconnected. Good day, automated realms. Are you going to talk to us? Thank you. All right, please try again, Big Amy. Fun fact, says T. Williams, I have had a customer hit the int auto increment limit. Figured I'd be dead before that happened. I mean, it's entirely possible that's going to happen to us. I fixed it. Yay. With how many, well, is the auto increment field usually an int? And if so, is it an unsigned int? At minimum. Let's hope it's at least an unsigned int. Cool. All right, good. So that gives us a bunch of wiggle room still. I have no idea what sint is. No clue. Signed int. Oh, okay. Oof. Yeah, this is saying sint is short int. I don't think so. I don't think it would be a short int. Pretty sure Nerd Herder was saying signed int. Okay. If it's a signed int, then that means we can have 4 million. Is it million or billion? What is max value of signed integer? Billion. 2 billion. 2.7 billion. 2.147 billion. So yeah, that's plenty of records for our measly little location. But T. Williams said that the place that he worked at hit that. That's insane. Luckily, there's big int. I'd be dead. I mean, 64-bit int. Big int is probably even overkill because big int is an object that splits up your number into chunks of strings and then does scientific notation essentially on the portions of that string. A commercial app that my industry uses had this problem. Oh my gosh, that is insane. But I mean, like, let's say that you have a worldwide application. 2 billion records is not unheard of. Even in the US only. Radio Patrick says, I tried writing my own big int on a different language one time. What a headache. Yeah. I mean, if I recall. So I've only used big int once. And what I remember from it is that it was a class that did some string magic on numeric values and was able to hold numbers larger than even longs. And even smaller than, like, it was super precise because of storing the values pretty much as strings. but done in such a way that it wasn't a string. I don't know. Don't know what I'm talking about. So we have one answer to the questions that I have, which is this reference field phrase I love. The second question was about when to reserve the lot number. Where is my... There it is. Okay, so lot... I think I've been spelling discriminator DES, which is weird. No, it's not even in here. Notes on new lab data import tool. Lot. Move search. Me. Okay, apparently I was so ashamed.
What you are.
I haven't heard that one. That was cool. I am a machine that converts coffee into code. Yeah, I was so ashamed of the term lot discriminator that I didn't actually write it down in my notes. Okay. Call this lot reference field. Thank God I have spell check in Visual Studio. Radio Patrick was saying it's a metaphorical big int. It was an in-game programming language that only supported 32-bit values, and I needed some 64-bit numbers for math. Yeah, definitely understandable though. It was such a hassle to do efficiently and remain expandable without relying on stringifying everything at all steps and then parsing all over the place. Yeah. So you chunk it into what would amount to things that will never exceed 32-bit values if you added them together, the largest value that could fit into that together. So you're pretty much having max 32-bit value, taking that many, taking to that many decimal not decimal places, tens places, and then doing the math to those, and then doing the next one, and then adding the overlaps, and then incrementing the numbers all the way, and then combining the value in the end. Okay, so step one is good. We are calling this the lot reference field. Question two is, when do we reserve the lot number? So picture this. Sicily. You have What's your weather out there today? Cold. I have no idea what outside is like. I don't think I've even seen outside no, actually I look outside often. That's a lie. It says we're gonna have a low of 7, but it's currently 23, feels like 13. The outer net is scary. Who needs it? I mean, I'm really enjoying exploring and playing and allowing myself to believe that it is possible that there are certain physical phenomena that I am witnessing that aren't explained by things that we already know. But it's just play. It's fun. Because there is no harm in this. for me, at least. For example, I have a what are they called? I have a doorbell camera on my alarm system. And one day, I don't want to go into too much detail. I'm going to say it fast. I'm not going to explain any of it or anything. One day I was participating in a CE5 conference, and I was practicing with them, and it was the night that was the actual CE5 event. And so we did it with them, and then there was a sound. I was like, if you would like to make yourself known, then please give me then you are welcome to, if it's safe for you to, blah, blah, blah. Then I heard this kind of like bang, bang, bang that almost sounded like gunshots, and it was 3 in a row. And then there was another one, bang, 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 that sounded like gunshots. That was 3 in a row from a distance from that direction. But the doorbell is facing out that direction. And so I turn on the doorbell camera, and during that, there were suddenly, with no sounds, I was looking at the live camera feed, no sound whatsoever, 3 lights that just shot up and left of the camera. And there were just 1, 2, 3. And it's hard to tell because it's nighttime, it's fuzzy, it's using the night vision thing. And so it was just 3 lights that went up into the sky really fast, up and left, and then nothing. And then 3 lights again that went up and left. I don't, however, it is entirely possible that it's part of this whole disclosure thing. I live in Colorado, and well, I mean, yes, we do live near government places. There was this crazy article, and again, please take it all as fun. It doesn't need to explain anything. It doesn't need to say that there are extraterrestrials that are visiting, that there is this energy thing that everyone is a part of. There are things that I believe, but I am not trying to force that on you. I'm just telling you this interesting story of what happened to me. So I saw these lights. There are places in Colorado that are sites for actively doing these kinds of events and stuff. Hello, Thindle. And there are all of these phenomena that do happen quite often in this area. Government, because it's like a cover-up. Absolutely. We're starting to assume and make assumptions. And last time that I talked about this, our internet went crazy, and you guys remember this was like 2 Fridays ago or something. The internet went crazy and I lost connection. It was just being very weird, but it was circumstantial. It was probably because of that failed Windows update. So anyway, we found out about a whole bunch of imagery things. I posted this in just a random off-topic channel, and it's hilarious to hear about. But the airport is the direction that the pops came from. The popping sound really did come from that way. The airport is located that way. So yes, there are crazy stories about the airport, about the Denver International Airport, that are kind of hard to refute the conclusions that they came to. If you're interested, feel free to check out the article that I posted. It's a lot. Yeah, exactly. Yes, nerd herder. Oh my goodness. And the cases that they make for it are like, this is what is there. Here is the physical evidence and things that are there. I'm like, well, that's kind of fun to think about. I have been through the Denver International Airport, and yes, I have felt nauseated when I've been in that airport. and I didn't feel nauseated in Missouri when I flew out, for example. Yeah, and of course, before knowing all this. Anyway, point is, there's all that. There is the UAVs, UAPs, whatever they're called, that are human-made, government-owned, questionable where the technology came from. There are just a whole bunch of stuff. Last time I was in Colorado was in 1997. How do you lose a Q nap? Anyway, okay, so that's all I'm saying about that. We're going to get back to the code. Unless, of course, you want to contribute to the conversation. I don't want to shut you down from talking about it, but I don't want to push it on you, especially if you're just like, whatever. Just shut up. Move on with the code. I don't mind that. Not at all. We're talking aliens, right? Yes, Thindal. So derogatory, though. We're talking non-known beings and entities, and yeah, and a potential for why we have not seen them is because we're not in the same frequency that they operate in, but there are some that operate in the same frequency, or light spectrum or whatever. I need a bigger apartment, says Duke Stuff. I'm gonna read chat from the top after Nerd Herder saying I'm actually liking my, or actually it was before that even. Well, do you live near a government cover-up facility? And yes, we do. I would assume we do. There are a lot of man-made phenomena that are occurring on purpose for disinformation purposes, for confusion purposes, for discrediting purposes, but there are actual events that are occurring as well, if you want to play with that thought. Knock Knock says Thindle. Who's there? Radio Patrick said it was swamp gas. Duke Soft says swamp gas goes fart fart. Knock Knock, who's there? Hi. Tillium says, don't worry, if it was really something, the government would have already deleted your footage. Potentially. There's another thing about that too. You're absolutely right. However, because of disclosure, because of the information that is already out there, it's getting harder and harder for entities to act against people that are just casually talking about it. So if something happens to me where I disappear, then there can be suspicion raised. But if nothing happens, then oh well. It's not a thing. It doesn't have to be a thing. The thing is, I'm willing to just let it be something I'm playing with and be wrong about it. No, I'm not putting all my chips on the table, so to speak. But I kind of am at the same time. Knowing that I'm still going to be okay in the end. Anyway, a lion is who's there. I don't know where I was going with this. A lion who? One of them. Big O of one of them. Not sure if one lion is kind of like a big O of one complexity. I'm kind of complex. The airport is located around you somewhere. Yeah, secret basement. They moved, like, even the arsenal. This entire thing with we were manufacturing chemical weapons on the arsenal, and the way that we thought to dispose of them was to bury them underground. Bury the chemicals underground. Yeah. And not only that, but how many systems under the arsenal are connected to the airport? How many of our caps and covers are covering up these things that are connecting to the airport's millions and trillions of moved dirt? Because we had to move a lot of dirt too. Anyway, I think I've hit a new low. I've lost a QNAP, like literally lost it. I don't know where it is. It doesn't even respond to ping since it's not on the network. Weird. Someone call the guys with those with those tight white jackets. Again, you do not have to listen to any of it. You could question all of it. I don't care. it doesn't hurt my feelings if you're like, whatever you're talking about doesn't make any sense. You're just being out there woo-woo. At least we can still commiserate and enjoy software development together, regardless of the things that I am firsthand experiencing. But if you are curious about it, you're still invited. It just, I would like it to be a normalized topic, like saying I prefer curly braces on a new line. That common of a thing. I think that there is the potential that we are on the cusp of real disclosure of having had encounters with extraterrestrials from a long, long time ago. And that we actually, in fact, are extraterrestrials to this planet from 200,000 years ago, potentially. But just ideas, just thoughts. Hard to prove. There is a lot of scientific backing, but hard to prove still, nonetheless. Only one question about your story with CE5. Okay, I'll get to that shortly. And then, how do you lose a QNAP? You put it somewhere, then you forget where you put it. And we're talking aliens. I need a bigger apartment, it seems, says Dukasoft. Yeah, it's kind of hard to lose. Same, but I need to get my wife to buy less crap, says T. Williams. Bindle says, sounds all stringy with vibrating in frequencies. Yeah. And then, of course, there's faster than the speed of light travel and the things that you have to be able to perceive in order to do that. Because there's no way that an alien or an extraterrestrial species would be able to make it to us in our lifetimes if there wasn't faster than light speed of travel. Yeah. But you break a lot of laws of physics if you can do faster than light. FTL travel. That would make it harder. Only one question about your CE5 story. Oh, only one question about your story. What is CE5? Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. Again, not going to go into detail about it, but yeah. If Lion suddenly stops streaming, it's a cover-up. Out of sight, out of mind. What could possibly go wrong regarding burying the stuff underground? Does that involve? No, that's actually CE1. It does not. It's diplomatic. Out of sight, out of mind. They should simply implement iDisposable. I prefer curly braces on a new line versus disposage of chemical weapons. Yes, exactly. I think there are tons of ETs out there. I don't think they're here. That's just my thought. I do think they're here. I think that string theory, entanglement, can explain our relationship to them and how to communicate with them. And yeah, there's just a lot about vibrational frequencies too. Even at the speed of light, travel would be slow. Exactly. So closest star, 1,000 light years away, or closest star system, I guess, 1,000 light years away. It would take them 1,000 years just to send a message to us even. I'm glad that you guys are actually talking about this in a hopefully playful way. Again, not trying to be like, this is what's really happening, because I don't know what's really happening. I only know what things I've experienced myself. String theory, spaghetti, FSM confirmed, ramen. Hi, TBD Gamer. Shout out to TBD Gamer. We had a fantastic stream this morning working on developers.stream. It's going to be a fantastic tool for us streamers who are developers to be able to register ourselves in, give information about our streams, and then also use an API from it in order to determine if any of the streamers that, or if any of the viewers that come into the stream have registered with that service so that we can just get their information. Thindle said to Nerd Herder, I do believe that the fifth involved a few different kinds of probing. Howard Dawkins is Nerd. Oh, man. There's a description of Liquid Sky, his main project that he does on his stream, which is a project management and planning tool that he is working on that will hopefully improve on a lot of the workflow that we're kind of forced into in our current choices of Jira, Azure DevOps, agile workflows and stuff. It's a better separation of concerns, in my opinion, the ideas that he has and that he's going forward with. Radio waves travel at the speed of light, unlike the sun-eye stares from my wife, which are faster. Oh my god. It was in a moving visual format, and all historical documents are true. The Thermians are never wrong. I don't know who the Thermians are. But yeah, I mean, if you're truly interested, I'm not unconvinced of a lot of the evidence put forth. I'm not fully convinced that they are 100% correct, but I am convinced that there are extraterrestrial races and beings that we have interacted with in the past and are potentially even seeing evidences from and will soon see more activity from in the coming time, in the next 5 years specifically. Quote from the Pedia: the Thermians, who possess a concept of fiction, believe the episodes of Galaxy Quest are true historical documents. Yeah. Some fun things, again, fun. Please keep in mind fun. Some fun things to think about are that shows like Star Trek, movies like Star Wars. What was the most recent one that I just saw? Foundation. Their soft disclosure. How did we react when the official told the world we have encountered extraterrestrial species? Everyone was like, yeah, who cares? We're busy with COVID. We're desensitized to it. It's like, that's science fiction. No one's going to believe it. We have this previous stuff. And even if it is true, we're too busy with COVID. We're too busy with these other things. It doesn't have as much of an impact. Oh, I have no idea who that is. Giorgio Tsoukalos. But yeah, I'm on the side of let's do the things that are healthy and beneficial and loving and promote oneness as a people, even if it isn't going to have the effect that the goal is for, which is to raise our global consciousness and all of that stuff. I know his face. Ufologists, ancient astronauts, Greek Austrian heritage. I like his hair. Yeah, and this is what I believe the main issue is that we have a lot of disinformation. We have a lot of sources that are presenting what I believe is truthful information, but in a way that makes us be like, we discredit that person, we discredit that information. There's no way that's true. So we throw it out. We throw out the baby with the bathwater, so to speak. And we don't give any amount of credibility to the stuff that they are saying. So one show that I love and absolutely enjoy, although I'm starting to not really like Greg Braden anymore. In his most recent talks, um, is called. It's a really long title. It's called Missing Links. And he has to say the full title. It's more just Missing Links, but I like this show. It provides information. And then he's like, so with that provided information, here are my conclusions. But you don't have to accept my conclusions. This is just what I think. Heat Miser. Whoa, I just showed my age. Hi, C Films. But I mean, that's the kind of playfulness that I want. It's like, let's talk about this thing. It's not to make people like, the whole intent is let's just have fun. Let's spread love. And instead of like be fearful about this thing, let's just play with it. And that's it. We don't need to be fearful of alien invasions or government cover-ups and all of that stuff. Let's stop talking about that part of it. It may be a thing. There are people that are interested in talking about those things, and let them talk about it. But I want to talk about the part where it is possible that you can affect your DNA's, the way your DNA works in your own body. Let's start there. You can heal yourself simply by sending love to various portions. I like that. Let's play with that. Let's try it. I tried it and it works for me. Not to say it's going to work for you. Not to say it's not going to work for you. I did a CE5 event and I felt like I actually had an encounter. Does that discredit me now? Are you done watching me because I said that out loud? CE5 encounter. Close encounters of the fifth kind encounter. CE5 event is what I said. So, firsthand stuff. That's it. Okay. Again, leaving the conversation floor open for anyone that wants to talk about whatever they feel like talking about relative to the topic that I was just talking about and software development. I try to keep the stream free of those types of conversations, but man, it's just so exciting for me. Super exciting for me. At Visual Studio Update, according to what I tell my boss, that will take the rest of the day. Yes. I did my Visual Studio updates last night. Okay. Moving on. For me. Again. Moving on for me. So, we have answered the question of lot reference field is what we're going to call it. And we're leaning towards assigning the lot number when you push the upload button. And if during this upload process, the lot number gets assigned, we save the records, and there was already a lot number that just got created, we'll get a database error. We're doing this in a transaction, so we'll roll back and we'll try again. We're going to go with that. Thindle is saying to T. Williams, we can no longer just say compiling and play around for 1.5 hours. I did something I've never done before earlier today. I actually uninstalled Visual Studio, then reinstalled Enterprise. Nice. And then T. Williams said in response to the compiling thing, want to bet? And Thindle said, we simply need slower computers. Wanna bet? We just need poorly written code. or old systems. I compiled Asaprite yesterday, and it took about 10 minutes, I want to say. 5 to 10 minutes for the build. My old work product took 30 minutes. Like, I guess not in dev. That was the pipeline. My old work product took about, if you did a full rebuild, took about 3 to 5 minutes, yeah. I still have to keep VS 2019 because I have a third-party 32-bit control I have to use on some apps. Tuxoft says, beam me up. Oh, wait, wrong enterprise. Is it though? No, I'm kidding. Bindle said, so you'd code on your machine and then another computer would run the actual compile and send it back to you for execution and debugging. Not that huge for me, but Chromium takes 20 minutes. Gosh. Okay. Okay, so we have that. So then question number 3 for this process. And then assign lot number when uploading. Reserve lot number while application while mapping? Question mark. From the UI perspective, what does it look like for us to have a lot field reference picker? I think that's the name of it too. Lot field reference picker. I think I still want that up here. I just reorganized the toolbar so that the template, the template buttons are in a group, the record related buttons are in a group, and then the field mapping is in a group. So I think I would put it with the field mapper. So we have map fields, pick the lot reference field button, and then preview, upload, save the template, reload templates. I mean, apply a template. And then, is this a good order for this? Should we put save template first? Save and load template first? And then edit current template? Let's see what that looks like. The problem is that the load template appears and disappears based on whether there are templates for that file or not. So if we move it to the front, then one thing that I imagine is going to happen is that it could get confusing for the user trying to click on apply the template versus save the template. So here's an example. Load a file. Yeah. I mean, that was pretty fast though. And I was doing this from a workflow perspective too, where if it's a workflow perspective, then the first thing you would want to default to do is load an existing template. Make changes, save the template, preview the file, preview what's going to get uploaded, upload the records. What about swapping these two? Didn't I just swap you with load? Unless, because of the way that it refreshes... No, it should have. It should still put it in the right place. Yes, I made a pun in my head that I'm laughing at. It's a stupid pun that I shouldn't say out loud, but I'm going to. I think I just alienated everyone from wanting to chat anymore. Oh. Okay. Rerun the app. I know you're here, and you did chat recently. And I don't, like, I'm okay with a quiet chat. I'm okay with that. Unfollowed. I understand. I understand. Hello, Full Snubble. Thank you so much for Friday. You made that stream amazing. It was a great stream. Dang it. So what I suspect is happening is that because this is being added to this toolbar group after this button, it's rendering in that order. And so no matter what I do, this is always going to render second in that group. He always does, says Stendhal. Let me just make sure one more time that it's not, that the app was still running and it didn't hot reload or something. I'm gonna save this, save it again, rebuild, clear cache, cache. Hot reload failing quietly is silently annoying. I said silently, slightly annoying. Slightly doesn't even begin to describe it. I know how to read. Ow. I was elected to, I mean, it does say elected, good. I was elected to lead, not red. See, because you put multiple vowels side by side beyond the normal two to make it a long E sound, I extended it as a short E sound. See what I did? See that? I used I see what you... Oh my gosh. I'm being super special today. I really, really, really apologize if it's annoying. I hope it's not. What you did was send. Wait, no, that one doesn't work. Okay, so I think I'm going to leave it at the end just because of this, and this is my own fault. This is my limitation on the library because of the way that new elements render when they are put inside of this toolbar specifically. They will get put at the end of the toolbar button group instead of in the order that I want them to be displayed in. which again, in this case, it was this element that will only appear after we've gotten a response about whether templates exist or not, to happen before the save template. So I'm going to leave that at the end. So I want another button here that is going to be the lot number field selector. I mean, the lot reference field picker. And that needs an icon. So let's start with the icon. I usually use iconsets.iconify.design to peruse through all of my options. I typically default to using material design. So that I'm using the same icon set. And then maybe one day I'll just use the CSS reference, the CDN reference. I need something that represents lot or field selector. Dead. I just happened to scroll to that. That's fine. Field selector. What kind of iconography would represent a field selector or something specifically pertaining to an auto-generated value? This maybe. Axe. Amoeba. I'm not even looking at the outer edges. Oh, I guess this is bacteria, isn't it? Bacteria, because we're in the bees. Ballot. Ballot recount. Am I using? Yeah, I'm using filled in. So maybe you? Have any of you had to deal with coming up with iconography for your own app? And if so, do you have any techniques you want to share for how you make decisions on what to use? I mean, I know that there are some standard things like saving, loading, uploading, all that stuff, but for other conceptual things that aren't typical of other apps, Dindle says, yes, it was terrible. Rip your hair out until you find something that isn't terrible. True. So like, I'm trying to represent the concept of a lot, which again just looks like a dish that has a whole bunch of vials in it. But it also needs to represent that it is a thing that's going to auto-generate. And what you're doing is you're picking the field that will be used to generate this value. This music, though. I love this playlist. Blur Radial. Bookmarks. Lots and lots and lots of bookmarks. That is a lot of different bookmark options. Holy cow. Boomerang. And I'm hesitant to use a single vial or bottle to represent it because, again, a lot is a tray of multiple samples, of multiple vials. Atreyu. Butterfly. I mean, kinda yes, kinda no. Isn't a bio pretty ubiquitous for a lab, though? It is, but we are trying to talk about the concept of a lot. Oh gosh. There. These thingies. So this is the concept of lot that I'm looking for, where it's this holder of multiple samples. Yeah, all of these are indicative of lots, and you can see that there is typically more than one vial or bottle or container. And again, it's not even the lot, it's just that I want to be able to illustrate that this is going to be the auto generator. This is going to be the field that is used to auto generate the lot number. And that's what it's like. I want to combine all of those into one icon. It's got to be ABS. Cat. I use cats for everything. So like even just the concept of field picker would be good enough for me. Use the cat. No. Oh no. I mean, we can definitely continue the conversation if you truly do want to talk about it, but I really don't want to bombard people that are here to watch for the software development content. I don't want to, like, I have a desire to talk about it myself in earnest, in honesty, in open conversation about these are ideas, these are thoughts. They aren't necessarily true, but let's just discuss them. Has Blazor fixed hot reload yet? I don't think there is going to be a fixing hot reload. I think it's just going to be like, have they improved it any? Has it gotten any easier to work with? So what Thindle said, it's pretty lukewarm. I agree. I have been able to get it to work consistently, but then there are a lot of situations that require a rude edit, and you need to rebuild the app to run it. And they even fix hot reload? I don't think so. Like, they'd have to come up with a completely new mechanism for it. How? So again, for anyone that just came in, what I'm doing is I'm looking for an icon that will either illustrate it'll be used on a button that the user will click to pick a field that will be used to auto-generate a value in their data set. I would use something like this. Like, the reason that I was okay with the wand is that the wand has been around for a while, but this is usually indicative of some kind of AI functionality. What are you even called? Creation outline. So some generative AI type stuff. So field picker. The cat was the right icon to use. So agreed, but I don't think my users would appreciate that as much as we do. How about dancing? Or pole dancing even. There's an icon for pole dancing. I will give you permission to use. Popcorn. I love it. Oh my gosh, I love those emotes. They're awesome. Database related stuff, but it's still not good enough. I think. Deathly Hollows. Nerd Herder says, this is how I feel about this. Oh, so you are, yes. Okay. I'm okay with this. This is how I feel about this. The statistical probability for there not to be other life that exists is infinitesimal. So, when you say infinitesimal, do you mean it's massive or do you mean infinitesimally small? So I believe that aliens exist. Are we aliens, or have we been visited by them in our lifetimes with our understanding of how time works? Don't forget that part. I don't know, but there is a lot of compelling, though sometimes sketchy evidence. Oh my gosh, you're articulating this so well. It's possible. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it because I don't know that it benefits me to know either way. Some people, some arguments, which again are, I love that there's a Death Star here too in the middle of the screen. Some of the arguments for needing to know is to be prepared for the future. There are claims that there are going to be an increase in events happening over the next 5 years. In fact, 2030 is going to be a significant turning point in human history, according to a lot of people. Again, I don't agree with making predictions of the future. I can agree with making assumptions about where the timeline is heading based on empirical evidence and making guesses, but saying that this is how it's going to be, I'm not in favor of that. But there are difficult to confirm sources that are agreeing with each other of certain events that will transpire in a specific order. So event order makes sense. Yes, a Death Star in material design, apparently. 2034 will be one heck of a turning point. That's the epoch overflow. Oh yeah, that'll be fun. Sounds like a neat icon pack. It's, yeah. T. William says, I'm now looking for a reason to use that Death Star image. Anytime you have like a mass delete or a purge, this could be. Oh, that's good. I'm working on a program right now. But hi, E to the 2 iPie. How have you been? I don't think I've seen announcements for your streams lately. Maybe because you haven't been streaming, or maybe because other reasons. But we'll do a shout out for you anyway. Yeah, I am followed. Just making sure. But it is possible that I don't have notifications turned on. We stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays typically. Yeah, it's probably like I went through and turned off a lot of notifications because notifications, and essentially if you weren't streaming software development, I turned off the notifications. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. Doesn't matter. I've got an interactive Twitch thing I'm working on for Pi Day. Awesome. Happy Pi Day. I kind of dropped the thought that I was in the middle of. The thing that I think gets most... Oh, yeah. Okay. So some people will say that you need to know about these things. You need to stay aware. It's just like keeping aware of the political climate, keeping aware of the social climate. And it's like, there are things that I'm not concerning myself with because, like Nerd Herder stated, they just don't seem like they are benefiting me. They aren't, the way that I phrase it is, they aren't in favor of my highest and best good. And so I am engaging in the things that I believe are going to bring me to a more fulfilled, more healthy existence of life and understanding of myself and opportunities and fullness of life. So I'll engage in those things. I'll talk about them. You aren't ever required to engage with me in any of those conversations. In fact, I typically, a duck. I typically anticipate that not very many people would want to talk about these things in a serious manner because of all of the woo around it and all of the discredibility, the non-credibility, incredibility of the topics themselves, of the sources of the topics. Like usually the tinfoil hat wearers are what they're referred to as, and it's like there's a lot more to them. Like channelers, are there actual human beings that are receiving messages from external, even themselves, higher selves, sources, giving them information about where we are right now? A lot of times the information that we're receiving from those individuals that are processing it through their own ego, through their own third density humanity structure, are giving us information that lines up with actual events that are happening. The Schumann resonance, even if, like, provided the Schumann resonance can be used to measure anything in the consciousness realm. The neutrinos from the sun, the light codes, and all of these topics, it's like they're really, really difficult to prove and to they break down pretty easily in the face of a logical third density mind that is thinking in the way that we were born to think, in this physical reality that we are experiencing and we believe is real, which means it is real because you believe it's real, but it's also not. Fireplace. Flags. Yeah, so here's all of our vials. And beakers and stuff. I'll take a couple of those. I'll take a couple of those, a couple of those. Since you're doing chemical weapons, I'm not doing chemical weapons though. How about skull scan icon? We're not. We are doing the absence of chemicals in samples that we send to the lab. We're proving that there is an absence of whatever analyte we're testing for, or below the reportable limits. Pedantic. That's a fun word. I like saying that word. I don't exactly know what pedantic means. I have used it before, probably incorrectly. Oh. So, being concerned with minor details and rules, or with displaying academic learning. And it says excessively focused on that. I keep feeling like I'm dropping the topic because, yeah. I'm trying to look through the icons at the same time as talking about a topic that I'm excited to talk about. I want to know what everyone else thinks about it. I want to know your opinions if you have any, without forcing you to give opinions. I just, like, what does the everyday person who's not even involved in doing daily meditations, doing activations, and listening to channelers and giving any credence to the information about extraterrestrial life or human history, what do you think of all that is happening in the world right now, kind of thing? But if we start talking about that, then we start talking about more of the negative things than the positive things. Or not necessarily positive. It's just that we tend to focus on the negative things. Yeah, it is easy to go into politics with the topic of aliens, extraterrestrials. Easy to go into religion when we're talking about spirituality and raising your own consciousness. But it really shouldn't be a... It's like everything belongs is what I want to get to the point of. It's not one thing is better than the other. If you believe one thing, you can't believe the other. If you... Yeah. Where the majority of wars and stuff come from. It's like, can we just believe that they're both true and right? Okay. I'm still not finding anything that is sticking out to me. Yeah, thank you so much, Dukasoft. And if I am heading in that direction, you are welcome to call me out on it. I will stop immediately. You guys can come up with you can come up with a phrase that you can use in order to let me know to stop. Nerd Herder's like, oh, I will. I wasn't about to call it a safe word or anything. Curly braces below and then curly braces belong on the next line. And guess what? Guess what? You convince me, while I'm streaming at least, to do the standard stuff. I mean, there are still things that I do on one line that you be like, no, that shouldn't be on one line. But I just took the majority of Visual Studio's built-in curly braces on the next line, line them up like this, 4 space tabs, even though I'm using spaces instead of tabs. Koala. Gosh, these are awesome. Categories, labels. Labels could feel like a lot number tag. So you're tagging this record, choosing this field to tag records. All right, thank you so much for being here and engaging in the conversation. It was cool. I enjoyed it. I hope it wasn't too awkward. I will be ending my stream shortly, in about 5 to 10 minutes, so that I can do my time card and then switch over to the music stream. Thindle says something like sweet bean. I mean, if it's not a word you say often, or we say often, I guess, because you're saying you want it to be our safe word for you. Let's just say I'd like to keep you guys as my friends. I mean, if you wanted to discuss it one-on-one with me, Dukasoft, I would engage in conversations. But I definitely don't want to engage in things that would... Like, I'm teetering on the edge talking about extraterrestrials and just spirituality and raising consciousness across the world. But the overall message behind this kind of thing is spread love. What is the harm in doing the practices that will, quote unquote, raise your consciousness when those practices are all around spreading love, loving yourself, loving others, versus let's talk about political differences, societal differences, religious differences. That's the kind of stuff that is harboring anger, fear, hate. It has a higher potential for that, in my opinion. So, thank you, Apocalypse. That was perfect timing, wasn't it? I felt that in the pit of my stomach. Oh my goodness. Oof. Hey, everybody. Just casually. Hey, everybody. I'm here, by the way. So, if you couldn't tell, I am looking through icons to try to find something that is representative of what I am needing, which is a field picker icon. A button that you click that will open a dialog for you to choose a field that will be used as a reference to generate a value for another field. What are these usually used for? I've seen icons like this before. I guess animators is what they're usually used for. Yeah, I think those are mostly like if you're going to create frame animation. Or transitions. Yeah, not what I'm looking for. Mushrooms. Hello, Darun. How are you on this fantastic Monday day? Isn't it such a wonderful day to be a software developer? This is nature? Oh, that's supposed to be a tree. You know what I got from this icon? It's a person. You know, the little simplified person icon with a circle for a head and then a, I don't know, a curved box for a body and then a rectangle for feet. And it's next to a large open circle that has a line coming down from it to the ground. And I think it's supposed to represent a person standing next to a tree. But what I got from it is a person standing next to a hoop, and they're going to have to jump through hoops here pretty soon. So this is like an obstacle as opposed to a nature thing. I thought it was a huge lollipop. I'm good, thanks. You? I am doing fantastic. Pretty close to the end of my stream. And I feel like we moved some food around on our plate and haven't really gotten much done, but looking for an icon is a day's work in itself. Like, I really should have just picked a whole bunch of icons that I thought I might be using anyway from the beginning. But this is definitely not an icon I would have thought of, so we'd have to do this now anyway. I'm saying anyway a lot too. An ocarina. An octahedron. Relevant. More mushrooms. Ooh. These are page next? Interesting. This is pretty close to the feel, and I'm just going by like logical feel, I guess, of something that would represent you click this, you get a dialogue. That dialogue has you pick a field, and that will auto-populate a whole bunch of data. Am I crazy for that? I mean, I'm crazy, but am I crazy for that? Darwin says, I'm one of those weirdos that joins dev streams, but doesn't actually dev. I encourage you to do what you enjoy. Do you have any specific hobbies you feel like talking about, or the type of work that you do, or just, I don't know, what draws you to dev streams? I get drawn to dev streams because of the 100 million different ways to slice an egg. I don't know the phrase. I didn't want to say skin a cat because it just felt wrong. Brains. Man, there are so many icons in material design. Playlist to add. Got a web dev degree. Used to do it when I was younger and trying to relearn everything so I can get an actual job. I mean, actually get a job. I can read. A little dyslexic. So I can actually get a job or something in the space. Awesome. Is there like a specific industry that you want to go into? Like when I say industry inside of software development, I'm referring to like consumer goods. Do you want to work on applications where people can buy stuff? Banks, automation. Do you want to make apps that do cool things because people pushed a button and you're the person that wrote the code for that button? What's your desire? What's your craving? Do you want to work on embedded applications? Do you want to work on web applications? Have you heard of hero icons? I think I have, yeah. And I think they're in Iconify as well. Let's see. Yeah. 1,288 of them. I have already started using material icons, material design icons. So I wanted to stick with that, but yeah, because they are very, they have a very different style. So it might be kind of odd seeing them mixed in, but I do like them. I absolutely remember looking at this library. T. Williams says, notices Darun taking initiative. Mostly like web apps, although I do love the idea of DTC brand sites. I'm sure I should know what that means. So DTC for me means Document Tracking Center. brand websites, unless DTC is the brand itself. But most of them just use custom themes. Yeah, okay, direct to consumer. Yes, that was the first one that I was asking. I didn't know it had a term. So yes, the applications where you're selling stuff directly to consumers. I just used a lot of words to say DTC. Oh my gosh. No, you are absolutely okay. It is my failing. I keep reaching inside of my shirt because I have a hair that's inside of my shirt that's tickling my chest. No, it's not a chest hair either. I ain't got none of those. Oh man. Are we close to the bottom? I'm not even super close to the bottom, but I'm pretty sure I will be going with one of these two. I like the idea of it being in a box that kind of represents you're going to have a dialogue that you're going to interact with if you click on this button. So you click on this, you get a dialogue or a modal. That thing has you pick the field that you want to enter the lab code, pick the field that you want to use to map to the lab, to the lot code. So I already forgot. Are we using the outline or the filled? I'm going to go with filled because these three are filled. I'm going to call you filled. And this one, it just didn't look good filled. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go with this one. But yeah, definitely, Darun, you are always welcome back here. I stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time, which is, well, we'll get to my ending screen and I'll give you all of this information. But you're also looking for a community of people that you can ask questions to during your journey to relearn software development. We have a fantastic group of people in our Discord. It's a relatively quiet Discord. There aren't going to be like a million notifications or anything. But feel free to ask questions there. You will not be treated like you're asking dumb questions, as a lot of other forums and resources tend to do to people that are, especially people that are trying to come back into software development. They just like to kick you and be like, that's stupid. You should check this. Have you tried that? No, just ask your question there. We may ask for follow-up information, but hopefully it will never sound like we're treating you like you're asking the wrong questions or asking questions the wrong way. But the reason I'm saying that is because I am ending my stream because I want to do my time card as part of my workday instead of after my workday and spend another 15 minutes. Yeah, you're welcome to. Again, it's quiet, so if you're already a part of way too many Discords, there's no massive need to. It's just a nice little community. Okay, remember that I'm saying remember because TBD says remember, and he's making me want to say remember. Remember that Thindle will be streaming tomorrow. TBD streams at 7 a.m. Eastern time. These are all .NET developers. After I am done with my time card, I'll be setting up my music stream, which is over on One Lion Creative. You are not in any way obligated to show up there. It's all over the place. It's unkempt. It's very, I'm not proud of it at the moment of the state of the stream. But I will be having fun over there. I hope it'll be fun for myself, for others. And now I've lost what I was trying to say. Because I'm looking for a raid target at the same time. I will be back again, as I mentioned, on Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time. And that is UTC -7 currently. On Friday, we'll have Community Day. I'm also going to take Friday off, so I didn't realize today was President's Day. And that being a federal holiday, it's one of the days that I don't work, or I'm not working on federal holidays so that I can meet the number of hour contract. Words are not happening right now. It's okay though. Anyway, Friday I will be taking the workday off, so we will only have Community Day. It'll be at the normal time, 10:30. I won't do a workday stream after or anything like that. But yeah, that'll be it. The VODs get posted to YouTube. We're going to raid someone. And I'm just going to start typing words. Okay, we are raiding Dragon Spirit Games, according to my fingers. Yeah, hope to see you around again whenever you're back by. Until then, enjoy your time. Do all the good things and be successful. Even if that means doing absolutely nothing, be successful at that. Sometimes doing nothing brings about the very best something. Anyway, Dragon Spirit Games, by the way, is a game developer working in Unity on a 2D game. It's called Gaia, named after his daughter. And it seems to be like it's going to be a lot of fun. Okay. Ciao for now. I still have some more waving to do. That's why I'm still on camera. See you later, Apocalypse. Duke Soft, you're the best bot. Non-bot. Bot. T. Williams. Darun, nice to meet you. Dindle. Nerd Herder, who's already gone. E to the 2i pi. And everyone else that was here.